I'm good, I'm good. It's actually my grandmother's birthday today, believe it or not. So, happy birthday to her. Hehe. 86 years... What was 87? It was 86 or 87 years old. Oh, so she... And she's pretty spry for her age. I love her very, very much. Just finished a piping hot bowl of lasagna. It is quite delicious, and I am very, very happy. Oh, I had a fun time. We had a fairly midday sort of situation. We just went out for brunch at a nice little cafe, and we bought a bunch of plants and garden supplies for her. She very much enjoyed it, and I think she's happy. Delicious. I'm also having a bit of Coca-Cola. So, without further ado, let's get to the main event, shall we? We're going to go fight the furries! Here we are. Limbus Company. How I have missed thee. My voice is going to hate me, though. I am going to have to read a lot because, as we all know with Intervallos, they don't get voices. Then again, I already read a lot because I translate. So, let's begin with the stages. Let's start with Funeral. Oh, what's that music? Oh, I very much like that. It's somber in a way, I think. Which does fit for what happened in that Intervallo, but the Lost Story chapter. Oh wait, everyone's... Alright, Twitch has the ad break, so they might be dealing with that at the moment. And still, regardless, as I personally think this is going to be quite a interesting experience. Quite an interesting experience. So everyone, let's get started. Still don't know what team I'm going to use in this. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. Exactly. Lore time! I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But these are people you cared about, right? And I think this is probably one of the first times we've encountered proper mourning. But never before had I witnessed this many people gathered in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Yeah, our merry band of psychopaths probably aren't used to this sort of thing. Some of them were asking Result, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all, when... Oh, excuse me, that Coca-Cola... Oh, excuse me? Knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette. All manner of questions for pointers. Honestly, I think this makes sense for Result to be familiar with it, since, well, he seemed to be the type of guy who was just going through the motions of what a person was, and he seemed, ironically, to be the most normal. Are from nice places, and the other half never had to worry about it. Exactly. A good chunk of them are either from in too nice of a place. Hey Scar, welcome to the stream. I still haven't figured out how to get the whole situation to work with both whole chat to work with both YouTube and Twitch, but I'll figure that out eventually. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gestures are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Rodian, please tell me you're not already raiding the snack table. Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit the chatter for a second? Have you all forgotten the instructions to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. One of the aforementioned people who really just weren't in the situation to do such a thing. Like, considering what we know about Rhodia's... well, where Rhodia lived, people were probably too poor to even mourn the dead properly. I'd imagine that if someone died, the organs got sold immediately and they got raided for parts, trying to scrape together some money for, well, for food. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Ishmael, when has any of these people ever read the manual? Groan, sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. How long was this manual? Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp. Well, it wasn't quite a funeral. I'd more akin it to a will reading, really. At that point, Kathy was basically already dead, but then, well, already dead and buried, for all intents and purposes. Then again, none of you remember Kathy. Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead. I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ophi Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? I think Don Quixote's put together a bit of what happened. If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter. Excuse me. Heath quietly suffering. Oh yeah. Heathcliff is just suffering from it. I do wonder though, is there an effect that is causing her to fade away from their memories if they're just told about it? Yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Heathcliff, my boy, I am sorry. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? Yep, because if one other person remembers, then at the very least you're not crazy. It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the events at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, I think Don Quixote might question it slightly. It seems to me that she at least has an inkling that something doesn't quite add up. At least that's my read on it. Not Faust. Every sinner believed the twisted version of the memory, as if it was proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. One second, I need to do something. Oh wait, did I not turn off the... did you hear that? Basically to explain it, my mother is back in the home for a little bit, and she came into the room to grab something, and I think she was having a blonde moment because she turned off the light on the way out. I love you, Mom, but sometimes you can be a bit of an airhead. Don't tell her I said that. Anyway. Instead, we just checked in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the golden bough. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. And, I mean, from your perspective, well, you never really knew any of the deceased. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that the impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? Yeah, Dante has no idea what's normal. No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. That's because in the city, especially in the back streets, does anyone even have the luxury to mourn? Does anyone really have the luxury to bury the dead? That's something I often think about. Now, like my OC here, she started as she still technically is a Project Moon Fixer OC. And one thing that just has always been on my mind is, what would it take to make a graveyard in the back streets and not have it be destroyed? How much power would that actually take? The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Yep. It's a luxury that few can afford. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died. And the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Oh, yep, that's the thing. It's not practical, it's too expensive, and yeah. Then, what other options do people usually have? If I had to make a guess, You throw them to the sweepers, you sell the parts, or you give them a funeral pyre. We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Yep. Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set graves in if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. That restructuring day, it's a subtle type of horror, but it is really horrific nonetheless. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Otiosa foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All of those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. And yet, I think it does a lot. The ability to grieve, the ability to mourn. It really helps you remain human. And it helps you to not grow numb to death. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face, with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Elisa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. Again, yeah, it doesn't do anything for the dead. I follow the philosophy and the idea that the purpose of a funeral is not for the dead, but for the living. To give the living a chance to at least say goodbye and get some closure. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. Yep, a cremation. I think that's the best people can hope for in the city. So I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh? We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. We need to get him set up again and just recover it because, oh my god, the next location is going to be a mind. It's just going to be trauma for Gregor because we are going to N-Corp next. Which means, well, we're going to be in his mother's backyard. As I said, lots of trauma. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. You say that, but I feel very concerned. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I think he probably had all of his trauma, the worst time of his life. Everything everything possible to cause problems just pop up, and yeah, oh boy, Gregor. My man. I am sorry, but there are no therapists in the city. I'm trying my best. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Alright, we have to understand. The sign. Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green-lighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. I'm telling you that we're going to do that, just be polite. You cannot stop us. Science must continue. What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. The fact that it's the city means I can understand it's a rudimentary, just normal human experimentation. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Yes, he did. Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin, and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. I mean, if you die, that's fine. I can just turn back the clock. So if they wanted, they could do a full vivisection of everything. Maybe just open up your head. Now, for your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. Oh. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Elisa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Sinclair, may you rest in peace. There's nothing I can do for you, unfortunately. Well, wait. I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, and so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. Yeah. Yeah, I know. To be fair, they would still feel it. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. Yeah, you did kind of over-synchronize and almost blow up. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion. But with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave... yes. I realized that time off beats research projects in my books. Marginally. I mean, I would love paid sick leave whenever I get it. Although, I don't have a job at the moment. I had a job interview earlier today, sent in applications and all that stuff. Just gotta wait to hear back from them. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Probably. Although, honestly, to be fair, you guys kinda earned any PTO that you got. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried really, him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Same. Oh yeah, I know. The pay still wouldn't be the best. The pay probably wouldn't be the best considering, but hey, it's a decent pay scale. The only downside is that it might impact my stream schedule slightly. I might have to finagle things or maybe go back to the old one I used to use. It depends on what shift I end up getting assigned. Got something I said that I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. Going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Understood, fish mail. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seemed to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Hey, Ryoshu. Oh. Hey, Arya. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who had been filling the air around us, filling the air thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Probably still processing that she now is stupid Faust, despite the fact that she has the most golden bows. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? I'm just going to call it the Faust Chord, because I cannot pronounce that, so I'm just calling it the Faust Chord. Is she accessing Faust Chord? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. Someone translate. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she usually snaps at me and tells me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But now we need an interpreter for the interpreter. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation, yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. In short, it's kind of interesting needing a translator for the translator. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Don Quixote! Ah, my favorite sinner. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest no? Not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there, why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote and were rather forcefully interrogated regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity to run the hell away and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble Yellow Harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? I see that Hohenheim has studied the manual of Don Quixote wrangling. Very good, my man. Very good. Don Quixote is a tricky thing to wrangle, but you're doing a fantastic job as is. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray speaketh thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Okay. Pat, 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 pat. You're just so cute, Don Quixote. Delegating the interpretation of manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Aho, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. Thank you, Faust. Thank you. This was going to get kinda crazy. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling, in the present circumstance, is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choices and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. I just love these two petty sniping at each other. Both of them are geniuses, and yet the first thing they do when talking to each other is just throw bars and shade. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back rooms located in the House of Spiders. I deemed that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you are the ones monitoring the entirety of the five-prong assault operation, and Sinners 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Yep, she literally grew up there. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA. You have assisted enough. Yeah, the problem is without Sinclair there to translate, it's kind of difficult. Perhaps you could help, Faust? Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intentions to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member. Seeing me tilt my head, Hohenheim pushes up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Alright, Kira. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Ah, the middle daughter who, I'm going to be perfectly honest, it's had one of the worst deals in terms of parental figures. Matthias, my man, was just a man-child. Like, sure, he showed some type of love, but it was the most shallow of love ever. So I'm kind of happy to see Kira here, and oh my god, Don Quixote is here, and they could have those two could have a proper nerdle. Please tell me they have a proper nerdle. Survivor. Next time on Survivor. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? I'd imagine that if this was a quick and dirty solution, it would probably require some K-Corp in ampules, and those things probably get pretty expensive very quickly. A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room. Why did you give her a sword? Did we convert her that quickly? Kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the sinner's shared vision. Wow. Yeah, she does look kind of thin under there, although I can very clearly see those abs. So at least she... Although... Oh. And she's missing her chains. She had a lot more chains in the previous one. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Makes sense, there's probably a lot of stuff in there that we could utilize. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done, contingent upon information obtained only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, unperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Putting you to use, I believe, is what I said. But your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit from by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to the next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth. Or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Basically, you have to show that you're worth enough for us to actually bother keeping you alive, and that we went through all of this effort for a reason. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Yeah, that's Hohenheim. Hohenheim always had a way with words that would prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn for a sharp knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. Yeah. We have to remember that Hohenheim is... Like, the guy is no spring chicken, and he's been around the corporate block. Plus, I'd imagine that he can do intimidation with the best of them. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. Well, maybe not. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. I mean, she is middle. Well, sort of. Not quite in the middle, but middle adjacent. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. Yep, but at the same time, they tend not to do things that might help someone out of the goodness of their heart. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Hey, you all got zero self-respect, huh? Ha! Yep, they have zero self-respect. You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. AKA the Iron Method. The thing he did with Bina. Which, oh my god, that would be horrific. Although, probably not as bad as you think. Fun fact, the brain is actually one of the few organs in the body that don't have pain receptors. Meaning that you can literally do brain surgery with the person still wide awake. Like, it's a fascinating thing. After the initial, head getting opened up, you don't actually feel any pain, since the brain is purely there to process information and, do brain stuff. I just find that so interesting. And I guess that's why you have cases of people who get stabbed in the head and don't even notice it, even if their brain wasn't properly damaged. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities, which we have a fair few of. I can imagine that that if you want, you can do quite a lot of damage with that. Yeah. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turns towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No disregard that. That was a rather foolish thing to say. Hohenheim, stop being tsundere. It is very clear what's happening. You are upset. You actually hold a grudge. You probably just don't like her because she killed your colleagues. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim vamooses, or stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? Huff. I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You? Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. He bisected you. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. Let's be perfectly honest. That was still stabbing yourself in the back. Stabbing you in the back. Words today. He very much didn't care for you. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. A family coming from him? Middle much thrown out of his kennel? Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? Oh right, we read his passives. That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. So great brother, he fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member no one wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprised it's the ST for the bowl cut too. The same thing for the bowl cut too. Same taste? Oh, Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for the fix... A quick clapped hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ or I'll sink. Nick, right this instance. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly or I'll snap your neck completely. Right this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. Huh. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay. I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Oh. That's from Callie. To quote Callie, it's not the ones who survive who are strong. It's those who... No, it's not the strong that survive. Those who survive are strong. That's the phrase. which shaped Mayo and resulted in her becoming a rabbit. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like sync? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply, and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone. Fuck. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle's sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Oh, okay, so when they regrew her, when they fixed her legs, they didn't bring the tattoos. And now she doesn't have her book, so I guess she basically lost all her levels with the middle. Besides, no, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than you all. Huh? Huh. Yeah, you're the jerk's brattle, right? Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. Wait, she's had it on her this entire time. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. Wait, wasn't that like a line in the trailer? Were they trying to deceive us and making us think Ryoshu said that? You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly, fishy on us. Fishy, but Ishmael's not here. And I mean, you're the Ishmael identity. Speaking of which, I'm going to try and do a bit of a theme run here. So whenever I fight something, I'm going to try and make it a Finger or House of Spider themed team. I can mix and match syndicates, but I'm going to try and stick with the syndicates in question. Wayfarer. So I have access to everyone. Okay. Except Gregor. Reset deployment order. Alright, so let me make this team here. Team 1. Oh, by the way, I just want to show off this team. This is what I call the mag dump team. AKA the team where everyone has a gun. Or as many people as I can make it. It's just basically the entire team lines up, readies their gun, and fires. It was fun to utilize. Now, let's think here. I want... Bleed Envy. Alright, so reset order here. You bleed. Don't have any... Well, I guess I have you, but... Oh, and you give a bonus. Never mind. So, they're going to want me to use ring members. Okay, I can work with that. Yeah, they want me to use... So now I use Pointillist. Perfect. And swap that one else, because that's a bleed one. Okay, good. Faust, I'll swap you over here for Faust. There, and yeah, that's the best I can do with you. Don Quixote is an appropriate... Yeah, I'll try and stick with the middle ones. Let's see. I'll try and stick with using that because I don't want to just go to the busted ego. Let's see. No one here, so I'm not going to use you. You... I could stick with this, but I need at least some thumb representation. Some thumb representation, and you are going to take that one with this. And that. Okay, good. I don't have any you're the closest thing I have to a finger. Obviously, I wanted Kira with the. Is that me? So, let's see, another finger. Ryoshu. No one really available there. I'll just add the ego. That one there. I'll just add that ego there. I already went through you. You're a finger. Add the ego. Add that. Does this one do a heal? Yeah, it heals SP, so that works. Alright, now to figure out the team comp. So, let's do that, that. Okay, yeah. This team comp works. I mean, there's a bit of scuff with this because he doesn't quite fit, but he's just generally good enough, so... And he does at least hit with the Kira ID's burn side of things. Okay, that works. Let's go. I am... Okay. Only a few days have passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere, and endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Caliestro's so-called artwork were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were fixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? Oh, these are the guys who did warp stuff. This is the company we're working with who want to take the nest from Warp Corp. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company, a corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspiring W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Yeah, I mean, I suspected that something like that was going to happen. After all, you know, we want to expand the company. More people, more stuff. More people, just the better. I remember. The company vying to take W Corp's place, right? Exactly. The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit. Frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. And now I got chips. Ah, delicious chips. Lightly salted. Snacks are good. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Ah. Okay, I don't know why, but his face seems familiar. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strange, uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. 1 second, having another chip. Chips. So there's a bit of an ad break going on Twitch at the moment, so I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little bit of a snack break. 1 second. Ah, delicious. Anyway. As leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be consulting the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust really does do the interpretation job most of the time, which does make sense since, well, like it or not, she's probably the sinner that is easiest for some people to talk to. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question, while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the Monolith Sales Project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumors spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect. At least as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing is about Robo-Unk and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other ones over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's a gathering material. Ah, I see. What kind of material? My dude, look around you. It should be very obvious what kind of material they're referring to. Human guts and all that. She'd come back holding piles of them. So they probably connected to some backstreets area. Backstreets, Any more details? Can you stop crying? You're low-key pissing me off. What's that? Literally all I've got. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Yeah, I knew I didn't like this guy. Arrgh. Though Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, I thought, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist had raised, the arm had extended, the blow made contact, the chain of events were there, but it just didn't look normal. Oh, I know this trick. I know this trick. This is teleportation trickery. He probably used some type of backdoor portal-derived tech that allowed him to skip the intermediary bits. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou? What manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company's asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Oh boy, I'm gonna take a chip for that. Like, wow, man. Goes to show that for all Limbus company's faults, some of the departments are downright saints compared to other companies in the city. And if this guy's any consideration, this new Wayfarer Corporation is going to be just as ruthless as any other city corporation. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Yeah, my dude. No. Should it happen again, do you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay? My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Oh, yeah, you better, man. Like, Alan basically just went from, okay, he's the team leader from a different corporation. Nothing too special there. But yeah, nothing too special. Until, yeah. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So frickin' annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. Oh, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Sinna Ryoshu, Give Alan whatever information you have. Huh. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But HNI, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Yeah, so they're basically, from what I can understand, Wayfarer Company is basically wanting to utilize the back doors as their new transportation method. And they're probably planning to turn this into more of to use an analogy here, something like the Eldar Webway, okay, and utilize that as a means to get around. But at the same time, they have to actually map out the place, and apparently the connections and the areas can become dangerous, which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Sinner Ryoshu mentioned. Hey, you don't trust me at all, huh? Why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. Probably monsters. Or... worse. Furries! Furries. What the... Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the light hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. For how horrific this probably is going to be, honestly, I can see the artistic merit in this a bit more compared to some of Cagliostro's stuff. Then again, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of preferred Cagliostro's artwork, which is... Okay, I should rephrase that. I preferred his more refined artwork, not the quick rush hack jobs he tended to throw at us as fighting in the fights. But it felt like a gallery of some sort, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale is just insane. That's the whale from 8 Association Great Lake, special issue. Ah, I see. Okay, they actually have whales up here. Kira, who'd been beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit of more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different, and the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? Oh yeah, the Indigo Elder he's a beast. I honestly very much like him. It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not right. No, they're Not duh. Although Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. I'd imagine that if Cagliostro or Albina heard that, they probably would have either been interested in talking her ear off about it, or kind of disappointed that she likes this over their stuff. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horned display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of someone in our party. Of a certain someone in our party. Where's Don Quixote? Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred, of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale, there was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the school of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Here they are, the Furries. The Furries who have arrived. Turning towards the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. That presence, it's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. The door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal parts curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling, fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit you as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet carnivorous resonant howl. Rings a bell? You're the maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primal colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? Oh yes, Emile Benoit. Oh, interesting. 1 second, taking some chips. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and gusts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro, but I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. I figured as much. Get us the time, keep them talking. The more they talk, the less we have to fight. The lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members in incessant glare, sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed by words to Hohenheim, without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what he was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Araya Shiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. Oh, 100%. Let's see, we have a second kindred. We have Faust, who has the Faust cord. We have Ryoshu, who has her specialness. We have Hohenheim, who is a genius. And we have Dante, who has a clock for a head. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust was right. He and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Araya Shiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Heng, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the Golden Bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from Araya Shiki, even if it doesn't give us a fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibition only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the this is the gallery of the school of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste... Nope, your daughter's not letting you draw it. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind Arayashiki no longer exists. So why? Because Araya is keeping it locked. Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? Maestro only gave a long swing of her arm. But it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the Micro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Ryoshu is weakened, because the sinners have been equalized in their strengths, which, on one hand, is fine in some situations. Excuse me. Sorry about that. One hand is fine. On the other hand is a problem. So. Notice, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a Serpent's Den defining strength is? 1 second. What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give the same predictable answer. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced towards us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for jaws and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaws, bound not by bone, but by ligament, that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bone is assembling. What the hell is that? Basically, from what I understand it, it's a flesh mech suit. Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? Maestra plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure of oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identity. Something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. Kira! Kira! The one who intercepted the blow. Shit! Was Kira, struggling to push back the serpentine arm with her still-sealed blade. Kira! Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly, because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Yeah, but I think this also is going to lead into why she probably wants, or maybe not wants to join, why she probably will be joining Limbus company. She's going to bond with us here, especially considering that rather than sacrifice her like we honestly have every right to do in this situation, we're going to save her life. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal blades emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. They used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. Maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attacks instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence, I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust retrieved the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out her lips. I told it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of ring right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Yes, if we were anyone else, we probably would abandon her. But I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Get over here, now. But these guys gonna come flooding in if I... You TTM. Want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurtled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete, all backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connections between the back doors before the Maestro could cross over. Foul cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio, one after another. I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. Please. Sinners, I summon thee! Come to my aid! Come to my aid! Okay, let's see what we're going to be dealing with here. So I have Kira here. Now, has she changed at all since previously? Middle style augments, really badass art, ass kicking. Okay, nothing new there. Some bowling, cross dervish. Wait a second, fire break slam. Wait a second. Okay, so it's not entirely the same, but it is... Okay, makes sense. Now let's see here. I have to look at the ring members. So there seems to be two types. The dogs, impulsive students. So they does not have mold color rouge, cash power +1. Okay. Some say that the ring's paint's made from the same base material as augmentation tattoos. They are both nigh indelible pigments that take considerable effort to erase, let alone bleach. Okay. Makes sense. I mean, they're artists. Let's see. So, that's the or target. Yeah, they inflict the mold color rouge on people. Okay. And guess the target has final power +2. Let's see here. Avoiding if target don't have bleed inflict. Okay, that's just annoying. That's annoying. So they're going to inflict bleed on us no matter what. On hit with the skill inflicted, gain every 4. The first step is always but a single animal, and with every quest for art and let's see, ferity, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. So these furries, they basically add more onto themselves. Let's see, welding and inspiration. Let's see, on 2 random enemies. Okay, that's annoying. Faltering inspiration will give them fragile. Got it. So I start with you, then you, then you, then you, then you, then you. Okay, can't get like an envy resonance here, so this I have to go for a lust resonance. Let's see. Let's go. Go for it. Albina Faust is doing well. I mean, it's his gallery, so obviously he can do well here. Now, does Kira have any... I have to double check. Does she have any... Wrong one. Does she have any, like, unique passives or anything? Passives, Thermal Blade, Middle, Resentment. Okay, no, nothing unique there. And not being attacked, I can't envy resonance with you, so... Can't make an absolute envy resonance, but that's good enough. Alright, I have good luck here, go.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
Good job, Mersault, although you're kind of jobbing a little bit there, but good job in regardless.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
At this point, I can just win rate it.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Now we've got Fascia Hungers. Now, gain stronger. Good. No actual issues so far. No actual main issues so far. So, yeah, let's just do. The only damage I think I'm taking is from the bleed they're inflicting on me. Yeah, they basically just give us a bunch of bleed, and that's all the damage we're getting. So these guys are getting slaughtered.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
Now Faust enters her unlock mode. So that's good. Now,
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
that's the downside of certain charge characters. It takes them forever to get going.
그 외국
Still that's gone pretty well. I just realized it's Feral. Anything will count Blay? Okay. So I'm guessing
매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
tattoos. They'll use their tattoos for self-augmentation. Does that make the rings tattoos more brands that, when forcibly applied, weaken their enemies? Okay, I see. So the dogs are the ones that are focused on the bleed side of their kit, while these guys are more focused on the sinking side of their kit. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fowlism, yes. But a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Interesting. Quite interesting, I think. Although these guys are about to get their ass handed by different ring members. And hopefully this will increase my... And yeah, this should hopefully increase my supplies and money from the... Since I'm using a lot of ring identities here.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
It's only the first door. The impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't going to trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day, SD. SD, what's that? Same difference. Honestly, she's not wrong. Why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Huh? I think that, like, wasted air. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualty are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile, and he seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Falvists won't be crossing over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf, Clock. And those Falvist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the events that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logistical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. After all, they don't really know the details about what happened, and they just know that something happened to the House of Spiders. The entire plan was a bust, so that is a waste of resources, and I think probably just in general that someone's probably claimed the area. Water. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. Tough. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint was seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Kinda. Also, okay, it's kind of interesting seeing her next to Don Quixote. Don is still short. But looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memories of Arya? Ryoshi, is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? Who knows? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. Oh, I see. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. My current guess is we're going to probably go to one of the nurse father rooms, like the thumb nurse father with her bar, or maybe Matthias's huge just room of collectibles. Did pretty well for the first one. Okay, that looks more like a management room. That was continuing to play, and I did not expect that sound. Oh, I should remember that he is Ring. Relics and the sign. So I'm guessing this is going to be a lore dump one? Because, lore. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena, the sign, and the relics. An example, research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again, and at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. I very much like how the fact that the scabbard is Arya, and she feels like she is very much conscious about what is going on around her, which leads to a fun situation where she now can sort of add extra commentary in her own little way way to the situation going on. Will lead to some fun scenarios if I get the opportunity. So, let's see. It's moving again. Yes, yes it is. It is moving. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Oh yeah, Ryoshu would want to witness the procedure. And it is her sword and all that. Plus, also her daughter. Not that she knows that at this time due to her memory. But regardless. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped to its back. To his back. Snack thief. Manager. Charon's snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. I thought it was going to be Ryoshu or you know, a certain yellow-haired fixer or blonde fixer, but Charon I was not expecting. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verge, kick his ass. Sigh. Verge, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon's super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. Why are they so cute? These two are just utterly adorable. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked with an inscrutable expression as Charon pulled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something up off another plate and stuffing it in his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. Vespa, will you learn? Vespa, that's a terrible idea. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know. Yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verge. Kick his ass! Okay, good. Okay, good. This is funny. Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snack expenses, and now you're raiding the LCE supply as well. Chill, that's Toots in agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. Roland! Sigh. Lines on Virgilius's brow looked deeper than usual today. because this is just so stupid, and I love it. I just love these silly moments, these moments where people just do stupid, silly stuff. It really makes everything feel more alive, and not everyone can aura farm all the time. Hoping to help him out of the endless cycle of snack-related headaches, and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his broad silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence and apparent ability to pull a version of a character from the future, which is admittedly a very busted ability, because it can bring out ones where Sinclair is just utterly broken. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia has said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables, such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, you mean people like Damien and Sanson. Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Did pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then, I think everyone's sign sort of gives them a unique thing. Sinclair can do his thing of getting a future self and the like. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Exactly. Maybe, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish Cromer off, or Sanson dragging us into his story, those could be it. Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, here would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you just thought I was being dragged off, but let's still let it happen anyway? No, I mean, I'm just kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For better, I think. I think his time spent with Shichun during the Hierarch Raising project really helped him. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they also checked if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't think they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? I mean, your future self is just a possibility. A paradox, it seems. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to even reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Basically, things are... Because there are so many possible futures, there's no guarantee that we'll get the original one, the one we summoned. Probably there's basically zero chance. Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, the future guy did still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps you can still pull off some of those tricks from... You can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there. But pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Yeah, he used some of the tricks from the drifter. Not just that. He was using that Hmong technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing, anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you really tough is one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Don't know. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members, technique, gear, something like that. We can just ask Virgilius, he can do it. Look at it. That Black Coney leader, the Lei Heng prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. Whole lot of them finger, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel. For even among the LCD, there are those two who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? No, I don't think so. It's definitely a top-end trick, but it's not something just the strongest can use. It's something that can make you one of the strongest, though. Without anyone in prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gazes towards Virgilius and Vespa. Vespa, whose snacks are you eating this time? Where are my chips gone? Vespa, did you eat my chips? I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate it among elite fixers and association leadership, that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. The super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid? The bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farming with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. Yeah. It must be that my eyes are yet too privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotapes in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I've been stranded from Mephi, bereaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I'll feast through the night right upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, I know that for a factor. I mean, there's a reason I try and jump on these videos and streams while the content is recent. Because I want to get to the content before the spoilers really start flying. Because unfortunately, people on the internet have an inability to not spoil things within the day. I'll just cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a higher degree of physical enhancement. There's no such thing as reinforcements without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequences it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appears to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume that we can make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Again, it is a ability learned through, well, it's about emotion and emotional depth and understanding. From what little I understand of things, the idea of Shin and Mang is all about how much you have to hold a memory close to your heart and your ability to process the emotions related to it. Like, for example, Virgilius has joy and sorrow when he remembers the orphanage, and that's how he can make 2 rings. Vespa's brow visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even singer Yi Sung's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Because you are the weakest sinner of the lot. Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Ultra depression. Excuse me. It would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. I think only the sinners whose cantos we have completed can pull it off, because they have a bit more emotional understanding. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited, unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Same that. Could have been useful. Hey then, what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any shin or man. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. Yep, because again, it relies heavily on emotional intelligence, and if there's one thing that the ring nurse father wasn't, it was emotionally intelligent. He just wasn't there. So yeah. Anyway. He was a man who probably never once reflected on his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's response always came through dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending cause of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with leniency. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. A smaller spoon? Okay. I just had ice cream delivered to me, so I'm going to take a minor ice cream break. I'm going to take an ice cream break. Ice cream. There was nothing in what Virgilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. He murdered scores of LTE researchers. Yep, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. Exactly, but I kind of hope she becomes a recurring Limbus company employee. Well, now we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slip back to their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversation about whatever had happened around LCE. Ice cream, delicious. Examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hone, Hein, and Ryoshu returned. Okay, I'm interested in seeing what's going to happen with Arya Shiki. Renketsuan. I'm still learning Japanese, so I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means in Japanese yet. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. It's Ryoshu's daughter's ego, essentially. He's disappointed. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. I'm so happy to see, like, just the movement of the scabbard, because that shows that Arya is at least paying some degree of attention. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of the will can be resurrected? That is too premature to deliberate on. It is too premature. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. Yeah, it's a complicated situation. He's sort of not dead nor alive. I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. Yep. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances. But in the terminology of lay people like you, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Well then, we have to make it possible. I mean, we do impossible nonsense regularly. The entire situation is impossible. There's no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshu's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. Okay, if we can restore her memories, that means she can remember her daughter. Which would be lovely. A bit soon after she lost the memories, but still. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis of the scabbard itself would be necessary. Yes, it is quite interesting. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. And then Hohenheim leaves. Hohenheim cuts himself off there, clapping his mouth shut as if further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Yeah, who wants to come and deal with this? Munching on food, averting their gaze. The sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right, sorry. Forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryochu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. Prisoner of War Executive Manager? You talking about me? Yeah, I guess I'm working with them too, yeah? Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the Executive Manager, easy there, Otis, easy. It is fine, it is fine. She honestly helped. You will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, what else? She's giving a lot of bratty teenager on her first job energy. Have to say, ice cream is probably a wonderful thing to have after talking for so much. It really helps calm the vote. The voice. Not the vote, the voice. Why did I say vote? Kira needled at Otis with a mock pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. No, that's not the problem. Honestly, again, Kira is the exact opposite of liable to betray at the moment. From what I can tell, she's honestly kind of friendly. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You made your point clear enough. Like, you can brown nose a bit later. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. I kind of like this setup they have with the summoning. It basically allowed them more story flexibility. Previously, if they wanted to have a case where it's only maybe a few sinners they when it's only a few sinners, they kind of, how should I phrase this? Ah, yes. They had they had to limit our group numbers, our group size, or in some cases they had to limit who we can pull out. But now, with this new ability of Dante's, it allows him to have only a few sinners in a story scene, while still being able to, in-universe, have all the sinners show up for the fight. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. Heh, I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. I'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Let's go see Alan again and probably run into more furries. What I think is probably going to happen is that they're going to be waiting in ambush at those other doors because they likely know where the other doors lead. So they probably have time to find the spots. Yep, not surprised here. And yeah, I'm going to stick with this style, with this setup. Because both it is funny, it is thematic, and I just like it in general. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? Yeah, we cannot understand your modern lingo. Yep. The door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. It was I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle? Papa'd go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, I think she's kind of warming up to us a little bit, especially after we saved her ass earlier. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seems solid even to someone as clueless about the back doors as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Probably had something to do with us letting some ring members get in order for her to survive. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guards down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Yeah, and Otis, you're one to talk about betrayal. Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look the same, just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest options, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. That's the dog. That is her dog. But I don't recall much about it. That memory. Just now. Could it be tied to Arya? No, it's tied to her dog. Her original dog. Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Patient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Judging from its state, it seems to be a welfare facility within a nest, most likely a park. Every sod walking here dragging some animal along means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot this place. The dog park. I think the name was Saru. Yeah, this is where Ryoshu brought Saru for a walk. The walk the past Ryoshu mentioned in her memory. And the sight of the people fussing over their pets. Pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. That doesn't look like a normal dog. Sorry it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh no, it's just a... Oh, poor puppy! Oh, God, these House of Spiders bastards. Ryoshu, I know you love your puppy. Please. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Okay, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? I think there's... The issue of pets and animals is that there are things that sort of start to fail unless you'd have the right medication. And good food can do a lot, but considering how much damage Saru has probably taken, I don't think there's much you can do. But Ryoshu still loves her dog, and Saru still loves Ryoshu. There, this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Aww. Rien the bastard. Utter bastard for stabbing Saru. Ryoshu's childhood memories burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu. Oh, we're seeing this other sinners saw it too. Hey, Clock, who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know that it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Daiyu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound-like companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vaults every time I had to depart on an assignment. with a spiral driven through her. It wasn't a one-time thing. God damn it, Rien. Now I want to kill you again. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? And what happened to her at the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Someone else? Oh, see, it was me. Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced, and while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beast Bone Blade, a canto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with each swing. My fury knows no bounds. My anger. That man does not understand how much that would just add to the trauma. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy about Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That Kanto was alive. That makes it worse. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. A right nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in its adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. Tiny heart beating as though it was quaking with fear. Yeah, like, he's very clearly not operating on the same degree of morals and the like, but that doesn't make what he did any less bastardish and just utterly reprehensible. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. You mercy killed your dog, which, at that point, yeah. It got me thinking, after hearing all that, why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest. After seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed. For straight up nightmare fuel. I hate that she's only in the city can I shatter a blade to kill my dog. Makes sense. Oh yeah. Yeah, it does. Like, I haven't really checked out other Ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah. Their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, and as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my tastes. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must experience the understanding of others. Sorry, one must never expect the understanding of others. And yet, if I remember correctly, it's based on the interactions and the Callisto ID, he sort of ended up going in the opposite direction. And he craved understanding from other people. He craved other people accepting his art. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but If you say so. Nah, but bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... Rattle. Scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. It gave night... Arya had night terrors from that. Right? It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. An artist's audience is not other artists, for those are peers. Exactly. Honestly, the way I sort of view it is, an artist's audience, you have to make artwork for yourself. If you make artwork purely for other people, it's never going to be satisfying. Night terrors crying from nightmares in the House of Spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here, let's go back. Yeah, that's nothing else worth checking out around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks, covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork display here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Ah. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. She's remembering bits and pieces. This is fantastic. Dearest Yoshihide, Arya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. Cagliostro, my man. You do not understand children. It would. You're liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Arya will. Cry, tears. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Arya, but it never truly reached her. I see. This hollow void, this must be Arya. Sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. I think I have an idea of how this is going to work. Ryoshu can reconstruct Arya from the Arya-shaped hole that is left in her memories. Even if you don't remember it, the hole in there provides information. Sort of like how lack of information about some things can lead to you noticing or remembering things. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Arya together. The soft rattle Arya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with the small step. Yep, it's not a lot, but it's a step. It's something. It's a push in the right direction. And push. But if possible, then maybe, just maybe, we can reminisce and find something. Find something there. Fix what is broken. Everything broken can be fixed. One of these days. Somehow. I have faith. I have faith in this. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How did they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were holding what looks like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Didst thou not say thou hadst sealed the door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Well, here's the thing about any artwork by an artist. The moment that artist is dead, that artwork's value skyrockets. Because it goes from just more of their artwork to these are the last of his creations. This is his first creation. He will never produce more of it again. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Exactly. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques, pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the Ring's reputation. Yeah, prudent to get rid of them, murder them, kill them, and just reduce them to dust. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with Sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Wait. Why were we getting no Sinner replies? Hello, boys. Now, taste the power of the House of Spiders, which has, honestly, almost all of the IDs. It does occur to me I could grab grab the Sinclair ID if I wanted to, but I want to mostly focus on middle units here. Anyway, go for it. Win rate is the best.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, good, fantastic. Alright, good.
엄마가 검을
Good moves there. Good moves.
내가 정말 두려웠던 건
Okay.
따라오지 않는 거였어. 너는 어떠려나?
Now, if I can do this correctly, I think...
돌아올까?
So,
아니면
some of Rim...
거짓말쟁이
Alright, 6.
되어버릴까?
Unfortunately, I can't get the absolute resonance I wanted. Well, here's the best I can do at least. Alright, go for it. Okay, hit. Hit. Hit.
그렇지 않은 사람이라는
Okay, good, good, good. Cagliostro, using your ability. Oh, hits for massive damage.
이제 신 수에선 벗어나네.
Okay, unfortunately for you, this I can counterattack because I'm ring. No, I'm middle.
몰랐어.
Alright, so let's
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지
don't have any way to get the resonance this time.
그 외부 강사들
Alright, let's do this.
내로라는 실력자들이었을 거야.
Middle has gotten enough grudges. The book of grudges must be filled.
대단한 기술을
Must be struck clean.
파스tov을 이제야 좀 이해했군.
A just vengeance. Vengeance!
우와, 지금 완전히 삼촌들이랑 공원에 가셨어.
I think this is going well. I think this is gonna hit hard. Because you have the middle grudges. Oh, yep, that went perfectly.
모, 분,
Yeah, so now the grudges reset.
역시 모가지를 분질러야
Too many other colors for more grudges. That's fine. That's fine, that's fine. All good, all good. Go for it.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
You know, I do like how more and more often we're joined by allies. It started with Shichun. I think it started with Shichun back during La Mancha Land. And then it just sort of continued from there. Which I do like because it adds a bit of a more dynamic to how things go.
그게 흥분.
제 행위. 그렇다면 무상.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 어울리겠어. 보여드려야겠군요. 다들.
You did that?
예술을. 지옥세계.
But I killed so many of them so quickly, they haven't really had time to really get going. Also, how do I activate this skill again? Oh wait, never mind. How do I activate this passive? Okay. Doing tableau. Okay. No. Alright, nothing I can... And go! She's gotten out of her armor, man. You're not gonna win this one.
가져갈래요. 정신 차리게. 장부에 따르면 맨정신에 지배하니까.
Alright, and this... I think this guy's the last one.
지금처럼
Oh, I just noticed that each of them were getting like those painted claws on them.
많은 기억을
So I guess that
쌓았지.
represents... That's the
언젠가
debuff, and the more you have, the
그
weaker you
중에서
get.
가장 멋진
Makes
곳에
sense, makes
나를
sense.
데려갈 수 있게.
And so, what is next? What is next in the story? I'm most curious to see how it's going to progress. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave, had more of the sods legging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appeared to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connecting loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nail as if she was going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd just locked in on a decision. A bit late, but it should be noted was liked enough once upon a time, but to be dubbed a maestro, which implies a following like, yeah, I figure as much, like he probably still has he had a following. I think this is one of those cases where we know that his art was outmoded. So it's probably a situation where he was popular for a time, then he fell out of favor with the general public, but there are still those who liked his work well enough and considered him and just generally wanted to emulate him. So it wasn't dead just yet. But at the same time, I do think that, how should I think this? Alright. At the same time, I definitely think that this is the post-death effect. The fact that he is dead now, therefore all of his work is now irreplaceable, and that increases the notoriety. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move towards the corridor of the middle. Makes sense. So this is probably going to delve deeper into Kira's side of her back of stuff. Like, I can imagine that this is going to reveal some info about Kira that we didn't have previously. Yeah, so I got some more of that. Yeah, he did the most damage by a long shot. I think the issue here is that I keep forgetting that sounds part of it. I think the issue here is the that he takes too long to get going. Ah, school. Still gonna stick with this team though. It's fun enough. Plus gets me plenty of extras. Wait. Who's not fully leveled here? I'm grateful everyone's here is fully leveled. Except her, but she's not gonna be fighting. Now, are we going to fight someone bigger? The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not. I espy thither half of thy worldly possessions. articulated fixer figures, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, K. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left, where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll sell them all. Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled with a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know. So come this way if you want it. These two doors here made from paper and wood, they connect to Escort. That one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V Corp backstreets where, having lived here and made frequent uses of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this ain't anything new, but I've gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rivals in no time. I think the main thing they're running into is difficulty of setting up their, well, sort of stations, for lack of a better word. They have to find routes, they have to figure things out, and it's more difficult to do that with Backdoor compared to Warp Corp and just sort of having their station set up. Plus Warp Corp's shady nonsense gets them a lot of extra money from T-Corp. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties, thanks to the quality of information you have provided, other times they basically have to try doors at random and people die. A lot. Do you understand that Wayfarer Company's primary service include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance? Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Yeah, they find the paths, not make them, whereas now it said W Corp could do instant warps if they wanted, but they don't make money off of the tickets. Yeah, the W Corp is basically it's a bit of a shell game in a way. They don't make any money off of their tickets, but they make a hell of a lot of money off of the time they get. It's also why they've been expanding the amount of seating they have, and more economy class, because they want more people on the train to get more time. The problem is that more people means that the eventual cleanup is more dangerous. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my, one of my clock hands. Yeah, exactly. Made by human mind. Exactly. It's like a mirror dungeon, but you have to try to map it out, and you don't have infinite revives. Also, I know exactly where we are. This one connects to somewhere in the Great Lakes, it seems. And from the looks of it, this seems more like an upscale location. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. Is that... It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon Intervallo, the private hair salon. The hair coupons! Oh shit, the hair coupons! Does that mean... Ricardo? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind the words terrified him. Ooh, doth this signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdos most luscious? Quit it with the lusciousness nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff? That to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge. Ah, bugger it is. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, can I use it? Can I use him? We were regulars at the Muluk's place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away coupons every 10 visits, you see, so what am I even yapping about, all excited? Kira, who'd seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a leg. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you the anesthetic BC. The Hexa BC. Bowl cut. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. Wait. So Matthias was going to this ultra-luxury, classy hair salon, and he had that ugly-ass hairdo. Meanwhile, Ricardo wasn't going there, and he had that one hair coupon. My word. Oh my god. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she gets after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Wait, so she's doing it like this on purpose? Ryoshu is kind of a troll sometimes, it seems. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. Honestly, I find it hilarious. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along at first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught to of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. But the thing is, I bet he never took interest in things that you liked. Because that's the big abusive part of Matthias. He didn't care about the things that his child liked. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days. Or, yo, this was Yoshihide's favorite, you know? Too bad I wasn't there to tell you his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he understood the things he never understood the things I really cared about. Even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? That's another one of the list of terrible things to do to a child. This is very much this is one of those situations where if you talk about the previous child that was so much better, that was so much smarter, that was better in every way, that they could do no wrong, that you are nothing compared to. Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. I'd never even thought of wanting to go to school. Thias must have been talking about out of his ass again. Oh, no way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I saw baby you go, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryoshi's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. Couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school, and had never ever even wanted to. It's Arya. Even the inverse of a favorable comparison isn't great. Yeah, it's the sin of comparison. It causes a lot of problems. Like my parents never did that with my brother, which is one thankful as all hell. My mother and my parents were generally very good parents, but I even to this day I often see what my brother is doing, and I unfortunately compare myself to him. I know it's not good for me, and I know it's not fair to him, and I know I have this bad habit of looking at other people and assuming they're better than me, assuming that there's something they are doing that I am not. I'm kind of bad at that. And I have to consciously curb it, but I know it's just one of those bad habits that hit when you feel a bit low in self-esteem. Anyway. And it wasn't baby Ryoshu, it was young Arya. And I wanted to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Oh. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it. Wait, that kind of makes more sense, yeah? Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Huh. Oh, Ryoshu is giving that death smile. Ryoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle he was assembling. Then, after a moment, he turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a mild look of irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Ah. Ow. Then, lightly smacked the upside of my head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution, when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. The thing is, and that these nurse fathers don't understand, is that the purpose of a school isn't just so that the child can learn. It is very important that a child interacts with other people of the same age during their development years, allows them to develop good social skills and become a well-adjusted individual. You would later find our unique styles of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rhiannon is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can only be learned through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring, companionship with other talented children of approximate age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. And the prescript beeper? This prescript's approved. But Callisto. I always keep calling him Cagliostro. I think it's from saying that name so many times during my Fate read-through. During the last Fate, the Fate ordeal call. I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Yeah, because this wasn't the school that Ryoshu wanted. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that you scared me when I was alone, and weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course, I would. When all we ever did was nod along to the lectures lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making cushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we're even learning about corporist stuff in this day and age. Oh, okay, I guess we're seeing why this is outmoded. Miffed child. Right? I don't get what the point of this slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. Yep. Oh boy, like, I'm going to be perfectly honest that I do find some of his artwork has some aesthetic value. It's horrific, but I can sort of see the beauty in it in a way. What? Are you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as ow. I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callistro wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Yep. But also, I do agree with Ryoshu there. Like, just because it's an outdated movement doesn't mean that the art didn't have something to it. Just one of those tantrum kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy. You're home early. Oh, man. Must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek? But it's okay, because I punched them this many times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know. Just got some business to take care of. I see the problem. Like, I actually kind of think Ryoshu liked the school. I think Ryoshu actually enjoyed going there, despite the other kids kind of being, well, ass. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy will be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect lest you beat it into him. Huh. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on the head. Yeah, especially since Ryoshu already carried out her vengeance. Ryoshu already, she already beat up the other students. She already hit them. She already took her vengeance for herself. But then Matthias went off the rails and probably did something even worse. Worse, and probably meant that she couldn't go to school anymore. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Yup. Huh. I see that he cut through the entire building and then killed everyone. Huh. There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Is the one they was all but kicked out for being too much of a bastard. Exactly. Valencia was dishonored because she just fucked up. Matthias was kicked out because he literally killed other people. Also, another thing that is a note is that Matthias doesn't have that many chains on him. And I believe that tattoos and chains mean different things. You can tell it by how Kira has a lot of chains but very few tattoos, while Matthias has a lot of tattoos but very few chains. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. If I remember correctly, you get a tattoo for taking vengeance out for yourself, and you get a chain for taking vengeance out for someone else. So, well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal. And yeah, it made Ryoshu sad. Like, I think that in terms of the ring fathers, like the nurse fathers, Cagliostro was, like, he was fucked up. Like, no doubt about it. The guy is a fucked up individual. But I think of all of them, he was the one who seemed to genuinely care for Ryoshu the most in his own fucked up way. Okay, but do not be discouraged, dearest Ryoshu. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. Has a strange sense of moral, but yeah, Rian did care in his own way, but the prescripts kind of had him do whatever. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. Exactly. He has tattoos, which is for yourself, and very few chains, which are for others. So I hope he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. She was worried about Arya. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly in Ryoku's recounting her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Arya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to be almost as though he was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. At least with her we have the body. Catherine's existence, unlike Arya, was erased by the Golden Bough itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the Ring Nurse Father seemed to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Yeah, didn't know the Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted, and even got angry on your path? Oh. Hazy memories, almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callistro left a snowman, and by my pillow as a gift. It was made of hands. Yeah, again, he's fucked up in his own special way. Heads? Oh, it was made... I read hands. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. Threaded together into a sculpture. Just thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that cover, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get the luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Ah. Falvis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of Falvis scale. However, various evidence, such as their mask and the face that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. Yeah. Okay. Don't know what that means, but okay. Allow it this time, anyway. Yeah, so they're probably using backdoors. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Alan. Requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Hold shit, guys, stop. Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Calls a scene and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's attention. And we certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Cool. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Or like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks is a great idea to walk in through the door. He puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Especially since these, these Ring members would have to come in, maybe not one at a time, but very, not regular, but just in small groups. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinks, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad poured through the door long before we finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait. That door leads to a zone under a syndicate or a wing's protection, doesn't it? Yep, pretty much. Better idea to fight here, then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Falvist began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Just gotta find more locations. I do find it an interesting... It's interesting, so it's very clear that the ring is... trying to find more people. Like, the ring is trying to reach us through various means. But they only have so many doors they can access. They only have so many doors they can access. Yeah, I probably was cases where some of them are just face planting into their food. Excuse me. Yeah, that works. Go. Vengeance! You triggered my vengeance. They just face plant into their food and... Not getting lucky with the... Can I get one? Get... Can't get more. Can't get more of those. Definitely have to work on this Team Sin counters a bit. Because there's always like one or two cases where I just don't have the absolute resonance I need to really unlock all of this. But Kira is really becoming part of the team, isn't she? I'm so happy of that. Okay, hit hard. Yeah, but now I countered you because you invoked a grudge. Get back at them. Also, I have to say, the music is fantastic as usual. Although, speaking of face planting into their food, it's probably Rodion mostly. Like, he probably just goes... Probably just stuffing her face and just goes... Bleh. And yeah, Honglu's doing work here. Getting more claw marks, but that also gives me more vengeance. And now Faust takes off her clothes. Vengeance, vengeance.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들.
And go.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
But yeah, so their main gimmick is mocking us with claw paint. So they have those, which gives them buffs and us debuffs. Okay, still good job here. Good job at hurting here. This one's going to do a lot of damage. Very good, very good. Good job, Honglu. I think he's just sort of starting to get going with all of his buffs and extra stuff. And there's Faust,
친해졌네요. 필수지. 가져가.
who's getting her own buffs. And more ring nonsense.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Alright, actually I never checked. These guys are, okay, now they actually are weak to blunt. That's interesting.
그 외부 강사들. 손가락 안에서도 내로라.
Now she has a buff, and now she's hitting them with I'm assuming her ultimate attack.
더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 보여줬거든. 저의 생각처럼 불면의 예수.
Yep. And almost 500 damage and 2 of them are dead. Faustina, you are doing fantastic. Keep it up.
나쁘지 않아요.
And I believe that's the last of them.
고, on, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
I am very much enjoying this. Very, very much.
그럼 오늘 림컴버 회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인 융수염 과자로 결정하지.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
Okay,
마에스트로가
finished.
되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지
I've already,
작품을
that's
뜻하며
just section. Oh boy, I
비록 지금 제 작품이
I got a lot to get through, don't I? I got quite.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
Yeah, that was a fair bit of yapping. So, but then again, there's a lot of yapping to get through. Do I have enough to get any of the characters yet? Nope, still a ways away from getting the Ring Falvis student. And who's an interesting bleed sinking identity. I'm not quite sure where I'm going to slot him in. And probably will just be on the general bleed team. Because that's sort of what's going on here. My bleed team is swapping over from blood fiends with a bit of support here and there to more of a ringed style team, which honestly I'm fine with that. It's fun to have themes with these things. Okay. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thank you, folks. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door catalog worked by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the thumb corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need to check some of the doors in its basement. Wait, what? Did she just have it written down on notes? Intel? The manager expressive interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the thumb members and orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valencia's shitty scrap papers. She's been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time, huh? Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. So basically, remnants of how she desperately wants to regain her position. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. Ah. So basically she was sort of just trying to gather together anything she could use to get relevant again. Yep, I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. And that there should be about 3 or 4 of them. Okay, interesting. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing it and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesare back in P Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Basically, to get to a good position, you need to... How should I phrase this? To get to a good position, you need to generally be the type of person to not ask questions, or be so talented or ambitious that you can do it. Understood. But we will explore the areas past the marked door and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's something in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Huh. It's the detective. Some stubby guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Honglu, respectively. Hey, are we giving Honglu therapy? Because I guess Moses is the closest thing we have to a therapist. The trio's conversation gets clearer as we approach them. Okay, fella, you bumped your head earlier? Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened. But your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow more unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you are in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Yeah. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence, with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Yep, We have to remember Ryoshu's a smoke war veteran as well. Don't know what side she was on and which district, but she's a veteran. Wait a second. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it. She was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it ain't even... Yes. Dawn is just having fun. Exactly. And it can't even ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How have you been doing that? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades... That changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred. 1 second. Stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawn in a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong at that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. Maybe next time we won't have a color fixer to help us. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people. Yeah, it is kind of funny because Gregor isn't able to hold himself back as much. That was honestly a fun little mechanic of the fight, and also very, very, how should I phrase this? Very interesting. The entire thing was, you don't want Virgilius to clash with Gregor. You want your sinners to clash and try and just give Virgilius as many free hits as possible. Will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. I still have my theories about Otis. We know she was involved in the war, and we know that she likely directly resulted in horrific casualties. The question is, though, which side was she with, and who was she working for? My current theory that I'm kind of leaning towards is she is old Elcor. And she was that's the one theory I have. However, the other theory was that she was one of the people who was instrumental in destroying old Elcor. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under the inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. But, well... Yeah, but... It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocky good start. You literally murdered each other within, the first 5 minutes. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak, that I couldn't even take down some backstreets thug with this arm, I was relieved. You were relieved that you were weak enough that you couldn't hurt people as much. Imagine that. The same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest. When that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. A potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like VII. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. He doesn't yearn for power. He yearns for weakness. One second. Just put an order for something to drink. Where was I? There's the... We all know how that went, though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Like, yeah, he wants peace at the end of the day. He just sort of wants to be able to essentially retire. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. That does make me wonder about the common thread with a lot of the IDs was that that bug arm was cut off. I wonder, what's stopping you from just cutting it off? Why can't you do that? Or is this a case where cutting off the bug arm doesn't stop it? Same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living gotta live on. And nothing else. Yep. That's how it is. Huh. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. Nope. Gregor, we're going to be dealing with this issue. We're going to help you. That's the thing. You're a sinner, Gregor. Our contract remains. Like, if the Roach King arrives again, we will just have to silence it. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. Yep, death is... how should I put this? Death is something for us that can be reversed. It's honestly safer for other people that you're with us. I mean, sure, we're going to be murdering a lot of people, but it's safer to have you here. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do it, so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. Oh, you have no idea, Gregor. We're right here. I mean, it's like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Oh, right, don't remind me about that. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valencia, that piece of work. Yeah, we can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if they're something to be measured. Exactly. Everyone is entitled to their own sorrow. Everyone is entitled to their own misfortune. Yep. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look towards the path you had walked. Second. That's what tastes like. Just had a bit of a banana chocolate smoothie thing. It's interesting flavoring. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. One of Moses' abilities is that she can see people's distortions. I kind of wonder what she sees with us. What's yours? Well, I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds that they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from the corner you're hiding in. Oh man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to, and it was kind of embarrassing, and oh well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud, or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? TA. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Yeah, it is one of those Nakama found family situations. It's a Nakama found family sort of situation. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. Okay. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb Nurse Father was most attached to? No, duh. That's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-living shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Yep, I mean, remember, in Lucio's those passives, he literally, during the fight with us, decided that he'd had enough and he was going to murder the shit out of Valencia in her sleep. Oh yeah. He went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Sigh. Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that, and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Honestly, it would have worked if he did. Like, if he just said, you know what, but fuck it, screw this. Hey, I'm going to join you guys and beat up the nurse father. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes? You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You! Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. Yep, he's been instructed as a textbook. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you're talking about? I love my papa. Okay, I can say that chocolate bananas flavor is interesting, but probably not what I'm going to have. So I'll probably not get more of that sachet. Delicious. Anyway, where was I? Where was I? Yes. Seriously, I thought things were going to crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Probably would have at some point. Suppose the textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect the question towards you, Sinner Ryoshu. Hopefully, this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the thumb nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clockhead's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there! Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did the G-Corps fuckers even drag those gross pests from? Okay, I see. So this is kind of fixing some of the timeline here. So the question people were always wondering is, because I think the assumption people made was she fell from grace due to the smoke war, but it seems that it happened before and she just fought it. The question we had, the smoke war was during her early life, which does make sense. Mom, are you okay? And this shows that she was about a teenager. Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine, you know. I don't break easily. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages? For you? Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the feet. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. I think it's likely before. I think she fell from grace to a degree before, and then she really hit rock bottom during and after. And that led to the current, and that made her more and more desperate. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. So yeah, I think what was happening was that during the Smoke War, she believed that the House of if she fought and did a good enough job, she could potentially, and this is a potentially situation, she could have potentially to gain enough prestige to, well, another ticket to recover. The problem was that she fucked up and then she got flung even deeper down. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the Consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valencia on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke Wolf participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. Yeah, and remember one specific thing. One of the things that were promised to the victors fighting in the war were nest migration tickets. And yeah, this is also tying into why Roland couldn't get in, despite him and his wife being effective, I think, him being a grade 1 and her being a color fixer. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that backdoor will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes. Others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. Yeah? However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? Yeah, had the trauma moments and then the arm just went nuts. If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how close they echo the past, as is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. Basically, we need to help you calm your PTSD, and that should help the situation. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M Corp's psychotherapy centers, So yeah, M Corp is basically the therapist company. Wow, they must get barely any money or get tons of money. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. Come on, Gregor, you can do it. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? And you should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. Toma. I don't want to die. Yuri. Thing is, of all the characters we've encountered, Yuri is the one that keeps being brought people remember. Like, I to this day, I see new Yuri fan art, and I save a lot of it. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Herman. Oh right, happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests are far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You are nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still. What are we going to find? Because if this is a Smoke War battlefield, it's either G-Corp or old L-Corp, or L-Corp territory. Memories. Ah, Gregor is returned. Okay, so who do I have available as my... well, thankfully, this guy is a thumb subsidiary, so he works perfectly. Wait. Have to adjust the ego equipment. Okay, honestly, not much I have available for this one here. That works. Okay, let's reset. So I'm going to do you, and you. Then you, then you, then you. Oh, no, darn it. Have to reset that now. You. I know, I'm entering. I do wonder what backroom politics resulted in the whole veterans not being allowed to enter them. It's quite fascinating if you think about it. What happened in the background that made these two specific corporations not want veterans? This place. It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shocked, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. Yeah, Smoke War is definitely a traumatizing situation. I do look forward to learning more about it. You recognize this place? Huh, of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. Wait, seriously? And my desk was over here. Meanwhile, all these office workers are going, okay, I'm ignoring that. I don't get paid enough for this shit. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I'm scuttling right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Interesting that this went specifically to this location. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager, Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor! And I see some new faces with you. Oh, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. So, how have you been doing? Me, same old, same old. Well, enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Yeah, fucking offices, I know. There's a reason why I not get an office job. I just don't want to deal with that nonsense. I like my privacy, I like my space. Oh yeah. You were gonna sell that, commemorative coin. Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. It's kind of... like, the guy is not being cruel. He's being relatively friendly, but... I wonder how much of this is just a front. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Yeah, office politics, exactly. Because there's always some bastard, some fuckers, some nonsense going on. Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Most of us are kind of messed up in our own different ways. Plus, I'm pretty sure Otis is a war criminal somehow in this fucking city. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. So, he's one of those managers and upper executives who got to a position of power and is now abusing it to barely do any work. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out, he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. And there's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. So he was basically a Nepo baby who got a job and did that where he didn't really do anything? Yeah, man, it's that bad. Hey, the thing you have to remember with HR is human resources are there to protect the company. So the main purpose here is that clearly HR is is to go over violations and make sure they're firing people for good reasons, rather than just saying you're fired. It's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water. Anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreet kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you've ever hit rock bottom, you almost know the only way left to go is up. Honestly, this guy is seeming like a genuine friend the more he talks. Now, I know something might be happening, and because he is assuming that they're the new client, so he might just be using this as a way to butter him up for the deal, but regardless, you've said something like that before, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seems that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. Okay, so he was just genuinely being Gregor's friend. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? And let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. Honest, I like seeing that Gregor has potential friends. And that his life outside wasn't as bad as we might think. Gregor, like this place doesn't blow up and he doesn't die. Yeah, if this place doesn't go to shit, I kind of want that to happen. Wait a second. This is a combat note. I think this is a combat node. We are going to be interrupted by ring fuckers, aren't we? I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmares of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memories the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Yep. He's miles inside a war that in his head he is still fighting. That's PTSD for you. And I guess that's going to be a key factor of Gregor's canto when we get back there. Just the PTSD and how you need to sort of let go of the war and don't let the war change you into a monster. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quite contemplative. Manager Bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor, I'm going to be here until the very end. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy grey seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much excuse me. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. After we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes. I was told that Alan figured that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... there they are. Aw man, it's those assholes again. Weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Falvis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the Ring Nurse Father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Or let God sort it out. But, again, it's one of those funny things and just the mundane horror of it. How there are just basically normal, average, everyday office blocks in the city. They're just normal, everyday office blocks. Alright, Gregor, you know what to do. Penetrate them. Penetrate them as hard as you can. But not in the sexual way, as in just with stabbing. Okay, Don Quixote's doing alright. Sinclair, can you please not job this? Thank you. Okay, that worked well. And like I have each of these, but I just can't get an absolute resonance. What a pity. What a pity. Go. Ishmael. 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 Why are you jobbing? Please stop jobbing. Stop jobbing. Stop. Just need to get the sanity economy on my side, which the two ring members are doing fairly well. Okay, so I can do this. Oh, let's go. Set the go. Let's do this. Kira's helping fairly well, though. I do rather like that she's just helping like this. It's kind of fun. And now you're on.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜
Alright,
엄마가
go for it. Bleed them dry.
그 외부 강사들
Good job, good job. This one's going to kill probably at least one of them.
설레게 듣고리 자네는 티비아의 멜로디가.
더 대단한
And that's why I like this Gregor. Night Owl Gregor is very good as what I call a finisher ID. His Merce is a great one to finish all almost dead enemies who just haven't quite almost dead enemies who aren't fully dead just yet, but are, so I don't have to waste attacks on them.
나쁘지 않아요. 어릴 땐 몰랐어.
And these guys are gonna die. I just know they're gonna die because we outnumber them. We've killed most of their friends,
그 외부 강사들
and just in general, this is gonna work fairly well.
더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든. 이제야
And Sinclair does his thing, and that's all of them.
올. 하지만 슬슬 몰리는군.
Fantastic.
근처에
Good job,
링
everyone.
사용하는
Good job. Keep it up.
파는 곳 있나? 있군.
Alright,
그럼
next.
오늘 림 컴버 회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인
You
용서
wonder how
과자로
deep into
결정하지.
this event I am now. It's been a... Let's see. What's the next node like?
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
Oh, Faust got the most damage that time. I guess she did get a few good shots in there.
파시아도 파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고.
Ah, yes, the basement. Okay. So after that happy memories, I think this is a good enough point to call it. I am starting to feel a bit fatigued, and I feel like almost 5 hours of talking is enough for my poor voice. I think 5 hours of talking is enough. Let me just pop over here. So, I'm finding this quite fascinating. This is clearing up a lot of the, I'm going to use the word complaints, but a lot of the issues that people had with the previous Kanto. So it's a nice thing to show. It's expanding on the story in an interesting way. Yeah, it's almost 5 hours is good. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They're cleaning up things and making sure things are nicely leveled. Also, I'm happy to see that Arya, as the sheath, isn't just silently sitting there, and instead is an active entity and can, rattle and stuff like that. Now, with that being said, let's do the usual thing and send you just send you onto a raid someone. So I'm just going to send everyone to a raid, and in general, I just want to say thanks for coming, everyone. And as usual, I enjoy streaming with you. Now, tomorrow's stream might be a bit different in terms of the start time. I have a friend coming over, so don't know when I will actually get started. And depends on my mood if I'm going to play Silk Song again, or if we're going to continue this and finish the story. Who knows? Till next time, though. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.